Morning everybody from West Bromwich Dartmouth. It's Ian Livo here and I'm joined with Pete Wilshaw at the moment, sat watching the ground staff clear the ground, Pete.
Yeah, it hasn't been a great morning, has it, over here in West Brom, Dartmouth? Pretty bleak, but hopefully we'll get to see some cricket this afternoon with a game that's kind of looking to take shape today, I think. Interesting
day. Ended yesterday on a big number for Berkshire there. What's the feeling like in the Staffordshire camp this morning coming out?
I think, looking at lunch yesterday, 90 for 4. We had them kind of 100 for 5. Fair play to their guys. They came out, played really well, took the attack to us. I think it started a little bit with their number 7, Dalrymple, and then was taken on by Josh Lincoln, who obviously batted in partnership with Johnny Connell, who was fantastic. And from everything we've looked at, he's obviously had a great season so far, and he's carried that on. I guess there's a game to win, isn't there? So there's only positive thoughts in our dressing room, and we want to get going, want to get ourselves back into this game.
Well, it was a tricky little 6 overs they had at the end of last night, and you only got to 9 for 0, which says it all. The captain will be wanting to lead from the front there without a doubt.
Yeah, definitely. Him and Tommy did superb last night, especially as it was going gloomy and things like that. It would have been easy to be 10 for 2, and we're really in trouble this morning. But as so, we survived unscathed, and we can go this morning.
How gloomy do you think it is now compared to last night? Because I was watching on the stream and it looked a lot gloomier than this.
Yeah, it is brightening up, isn't it? But as it's brightened up, it's obviously belted down. So the ground staff, as you said, they're out there clearing this, and hopefully we'll get some cricket this afternoon.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of people come down here today ready for hopefully what should be quite a long day's play. We've got 110 overs planned?
Yeah, 110.
Obviously, we're digging into that right now, but being a 4-day game, there's every chance of getting a result anyway.
Yeah, that's it. There's always so much time in these games, and you can always make time up, can't you? So no real stress about losing a couple of hours this morning and last night. I'm sure both teams will still be aware there's loads of time available.
Definitely. I mean, looking back over the years, I mean, you must have played in some conditions. Like you played almost 197, almost 200 games for Staffordshire.
Yeah.
You must have played in conditions far worse than this.
Hey, I'm not that old. We didn't play on uncovered pitches or anything like that.
I didn't say that, but
no. You just have to go with it, don't you? I mean, can't control the weather or anything like that. As we've mentioned a couple of times, ground staff are out there doing the best, and once we're ready, we can get out there.
Definitely. Where do you think this game's going to go in terms of which bowlers it's going to suit? Because yesterday, clearly, I mean, bit of a headline for Staffordshire. Bretty's got his 200th championship wicket. Is it going to stick with the spinners, do you
think? Yeah, I mean, I think both teams, speaking to the Berkshire lads, we're going to bowl first. That first couple of hours really did a bit. It was kind of, it was a bit tacky. It nibbled around, but it did seem to flatten out, and that then obviously brought the spin into it. Bretty obviously bowled fantastically well, and we'll see as it goes on. With this type of weather around, you would hope that the pitch will hold together and won't break up or anything like that. So we'll have to see. I think everybody. The one thing we've always felt playing at this ground, as we've played a lot of our home games here over the years, is that if you bowl well, there's something in it, whether you're a seamer or a spinner. It's obviously small, so that means if you bowl poorly, you can go the journey.
Yeah, it's a great ground for this sort of championship final. It's not the smallest, but it's not the biggest. We saw from when the challengers were here a few weeks ago, some major runs in this track, to say the least. But like you say, it's always got something in there for the bowlers, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's always felt here it's a really good cricket wicket. If you bowl well, you'll get your rewards. If you bat well, get yourself in, get through that first period, which is always tough for anyone. You can score pretty quickly here. There's some shorter areas, especially now with the guys doing so much kind of limited overs training and things like that, there's areas that people can target, towards a clubhouse and things like that. It isn't a massive hit for people these days.
I was joking with Johnny Connell beforehand, though, when they were warming up. It wasn't a T20 style innings yesterday for me. It was a proper red ball innings, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm honest, I've never seen anything of him before. Was really, really impressed with him. Mm-hmm. Kept his game looked quite simple.
Yep.
Which when players play well, it always does. But he looked to be well balanced. Mm-hmm. He played forward and back nice, and he really held their innings together. Especially at 100 for 5, it would have been easy for him to do something rash, but he didn't. He stayed in his own game and played that, stuck to his strengths, which was kind of. I'm sure he was really pleased with that. It was a bit of a thorn in our side, but yeah, hats off to him. If somebody comes and plays like that, sometimes you just have to hold your hands up and say well played. Yeah,
get a partnership like that between Johnny and then Josh Lincoln was going at it at the opposite end. It's the type of thing that at the end of the game you don't want to be looking back from Staffordshire's perspective saying we wish we would have broken it earlier.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be honest, we wish we had broken it earlier, but they both played fantastically well, didn't they? Josh Lincoln, came out, played his shots, and once he got in, made it look easy to score.
And do you think that score is enough on this pitch? I mean, you've probably got as much experience down here as many. Do you think that's a good first inning score?
382 is always a good first inning score, isn't it? If we're honest.
I'm looking at last year and what happened here as well. There was some huge numbers, weren't there?
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams, as I mentioned before, we're going to win the toss and have a bowl with the hope that it flattened out a little bit today and perhaps became easier for batting. And we've still got to believe that, haven't we?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we look at the Berkshire scorecard, it's just come up in front of us. I mean, it was 2 players that took the game away from Staffordshire, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, but that's what happens at this level, isn't it? Sometimes in club games and things like that, you don't have somebody coming in at number 80 who can get 120 off 100 balls, but that's kind of what happens at this level, and fair play to Josh Lincoln. I thought he was exceptional as well. As much as I've said about Johnny Connell and how he played, thought Josh Lincoln kept it really simple, stuck to what are his obvious strengths, his power game, and fair play to him.
And who's going to run the Connell role or the Lincoln role in Staffordshire, do you think, for people who are watching?
Oh, we've got plenty of players who can go out there and hopefully get big scores. The last few games and this season, we've had guys who've put scores together. We've had guys who've got hundreds, and that's kind of all I'll say for now. I wouldn't want to put the kiss of death on anyone. First time on anything like this, I wouldn't want to give anybody the commentator's curse, as they say.
Yeah.
But no, there's a lot of steel in that dressing room, and a lot of the lads, I'm sure, can go out there and score.
Looking at who is going to come into bat for Staffordshire, how impressed have you been with Mr. Evitts over the last few weeks?
He's played fantastically well. I know.
Would you have thought prior to Champo that he was probably more of a white ball player, but he's just flourished, hasn't he, the last few weeks in the Championship?
He has, yeah. I mean, if I'm honest, I've known about Reeve for a long time. I've known through Graham Warner, who did a lot of work with our junior section when he had Reeve, who said he was a fantastic player, but haven't seen much of him. I guess that's partly because he's gone off and had his crack at Worcester. Luckily for Staffs, he's come back and he's been fantastic. I met him in the winter. Struck me as what kind of a cool character he was then. Very kind of organised and seemed to know what he was doing. And yeah, he obviously started when the guys were in a bit of trouble over at Cleethorpes against Lincolnshire. Yeah. And then he's played really nicely. Again, a little bit like Johnny Connell, I mentioned, I've been really impressed with how simple his game is. Mm-hmm. Plays forward and back really nicely. And I know that sounds so obvious, but when players aren't playing well, they get stuck on the crease and things like that. That hasn't happened when I've seen him. So yeah, been really impressed with him.
And I was talking to Ketts last week about this, that innings that Reeve had with Michael Hill over at Stafford at the original county ground. Yeah. I mean, that was something special between the two of them.
I mean, Hilly, one of my great friends, play club cricket with him now. His his numbers speak for themselves for Staffordshire, but I think an informed Michael Hill not only kind of scores his own runs, but there's a calmness he brings to the team and to the young players, which is brilliant to see, and I'm sure that's rubbed off on all the guys. I know, again, talking about Cleethorpes, he batted with a couple of the younger guys and played really nicely and got into partnership with the younger lads, which is brilliant to see.
I think coming into the game, I was laughing with a couple of guys earlier about it's quite interesting seeing the Staffordshire squad being put out on socials and the Berkshire squad. And there was always going to be one or two people missing on those squads, wasn't there?
Yeah.
You know, Andy Richton missing for Berkshire's got to be a big miss. He's been one of the best players in the Championship for a number of years. And obviously Zen's missing for you guys because he's obviously tied elsewhere now these days. How big a miss do you think is that for both teams?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? But I guess also that's a little bit symptomatic of what happens at this level. There's either a number of guys who can't get the time off work, or there's guys looking at playing elsewhere, and that happens, I think, throughout the season. Kind of that's dealt with. I'm sure every county has had those, whether the other commitments. So yeah, it's not one to be worried about, is it? That you turn up with the 11 you've got, and that you've got to win the game with the 11 you've got, and that's what I'm sure both teams are here to do. And
it gives other people opportunities, doesn't it? I mean, you're wicket-keeper. New opportunity for you guys this time around.
Yeah, so Cal who's actually kept wicket this game and kept all season, he's done really well. But Jimmy Abbott's, who's come in, young guy, come through the staff's pathway, moved clubs this year and done really well at a Premier League side. He's got his opportunity. What better place to showcase yourself on the biggest stage at NCCA level? So yeah, you know, as one door closed, perhaps it opened the door for another person, and it's hopefully that they can come in and smash the door down.
Definitely. A lot of people who listen to our podcast will know when we talk about NCCA, we talk a lot about Berkshire, we talk a lot about Staffordshire. You are talking here about the two, in my opinion, powerhouses within the NCCA right now. That feels that way.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Berkshire have set the standard for a number of years, and I'd like to think we've kind of closely followed. We perhaps haven't always had the same levels of success that they have, but only one team can win competitions throughout the year. You know, we've gone through a couple of rebuilds in the last few years and things like that, and I think generally both teams are really strong and really happy with where they're at.
Yeah, and you say you've gone through a couple of rebuilds. This is a relatively new bunch, isn't it, for Staffordshire all put together still? When there's a lot of years left in these guys.
Absolutely, loads of years. You know, they've got kind of 4 senior players in kind of Kettleborough, Hill, Brett and Hurt, and then they've got a lot of young guys who are here to take the opportunity and showcase themselves for the next level, hopefully. Yeah,
and I mean, looking back to your time in NCCA, I mean, we're talking many years ago when you made your debut.
We are.
It's changed a lot, hasn't it, in terms of that age demographic of the player coming through to what it is today?
Yeah, it has. You know, people have their own opinions on that, but I would guess that the stats are saying that now there's a lot more players potentially moving on and playing second team cricket, playing kind of, you know, getting first class deals and things like that. The cricket before was and you start sounding old when you say this. It was good, hard cricket played between guys who generally were the best players in the leagues. If somebody dropped out, they were looking for the next best run scorer in the league and things like that. Whereas now, obviously, with the age limits and things like that, there's an eye on the pathways, who's doing well there. There's an eye on which young guys are doing really well. Both got their pros and cons, but yeah, it has changed a lot. I mean, I was lucky on my debut that Kim Barnett played for Staffordshire, and Devon Malcolm was playing for Suffolk as a young kind of 15, 16-year-old. To be on the same pitch, never mind playing in the same game as 2 England internationals, was pretty kind of amazing. When Devon Malcolm run in, I definitely was like, whoa, this is a bit of a pinch me moment. But you know, I think you look at the format now that the NCCA guys are playing, T20s, one dayers, the 3 dayers. It's given everybody such an opportunity, and that's, I guess, what we're here for.
Absolutely, and it's possibly a slightly unfair question because you can't directly compare eras with eras. But we asked a question on the podcast a couple of weeks ago to, I'll call him an older gentleman, Stan Heaton of Lower House Cricket Club up in Lancashire. I asked him, he's in his 70s, and I said to Stan, how do you compare professional Premier League cricket today to what it was like in the 60s, 70s and 80s as you were coming through? And he was very direct. He said, it's far better today. And it was nice to hear that. And he described it in very simple terms. He said, back in the day, we might have had Devon Malcolm, we might have had Viv Richards turn up at Rishton, we might have had these big-name professionals. But the amateur player weren't as good. He said the amateur Premier League player now and NCCA, they are so much better prepared. Would you agree with that?
Difficult question, actually, without much thinking. But I think obviously the cricket's changed so much, and I love in our league that we're playing with the split format. You know, we play the win-lose, we play the win-lose draw games. It gives guys a real clear pathway into this cricket, and then this cricket hopefully provides them a clear pathway. You know, that's what we want to be doing, isn't it? As you know, hopefully now I'm a bit older, I can perhaps see the benefit of it. We're trying to get young guys to kind of love the game and go on and take opportunities that may be there for them. And yeah, so hard to judge, isn't it? I don't think you can judge. I know in our league they used to play timed cricket and things like that. The call for that now amongst even my own team, but you know, other teams that we play would be
negligible.
I don't think you'd get many people for that, and that's just the way cricket's gone. That's not at Staffordshire level or North Staffordshire level. That's as a whole, as actually worldwide. People are wanting limited overs cricket, aren't they? And that's kind of where the money's at and things like that, and that's what we've got to prepare people for.
But then us purists, shall we say, we look at a game like the game Staffordshire played over at Stafford and how that went all the way through the days. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that in red ball cricket, does it?
It doesn't, you know, and you've only got to look at, you know, the Ashes and things like that, and how much hype there is around all of that. That game at Stafford was Stafford's first game for 69 years. They'd done an absolutely fantastic job at hosting the lads. But to have a game of cricket like that'll get people going back to Stafford. That'll get people who perhaps at Stafford didn't know too much about Staffordshire. Next year, if we're to go back there, or when we do go back there, obviously that decision's above my head. When we do go back there, I'm sure that those people will be keen to see something of that kind of entertainment again.
But looking at the grounds that you play at around Staffordshire, would that be one that you'd have loved to have played at yourself?
It would, having seen what happened there. But I mean, I have to say, I went there and thought it was too big for me now, because I wouldn't like to run around there being an old bloke. It was a big ground.
It was big.
You know, the team that I kind of played with, we loved playing on grounds a bit like West Brom, like Longton, like Checkley, that were result pitches, small enough for our hitters to have a go and play their shots and get rewarded for that, and pitches that had something in it for the bowlers. But no, Stafford was a fantastic venue. If I'm honest, I haven't been there for probably about 10 years, just with club cricket. The teams have separated, and to go there and see all the changes that they've made was absolutely incredible, to be honest.
Absolutely. You talk about the hitters. Let's look forward to next Sunday. we're getting a repeat of this game.
We are.
So we're going from 4 days of looking at each other left, right and centre and seeing how long it's going to take, to next week, 2.5, 3 hours of T20, smack it around in the semi-finals on T20 finals day. How much are the guys looking forward to that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's second time lucky after the weather at Chester.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. After the weather at Chester earlier on in the year. Any time as kind of an NCCA / minor counties player, you get to a semi-final, final, it's a real exciting opportunity. Last year, for those of us who were lucky enough to be there, and I say that, we witnessed potentially one of the best innings that I've ever seen live by Nils Priestley.
Will he be back this Sunday?
Let's hope so.
He's obviously not here for the 4-day game.
Yeah, no. I'm sure he will be around. Again, that's a bit above my pay grade, but I'm pretty sure he'll be around. And yeah, what a fantastic day it was. Not only did he play the way he played against Berkshire, he then went on in the final to hold it all together. Almost a completely different innings to make sure it was kind of Staffordshire's day and it was Nils's day. So
that final was against
Cornwall, wasn't it?
Who one of their bowlers now plays for Berkshire.
He does, yeah.
So
Tommy Sturgis.
Yeah, a lot of synergy here.
Nils and Tommy played club cricket together last year as well, I believe. So yeah, that was one of the great days, to be fair. A bit like you mentioned before, the purists. We want to see, and I still would class myself as it. We want to see 3-day cricket at this level. We want to watch test matches, but as a player, that was such a good day last year at Tring.
Absolutely. Now you go into that semi-final against Berkshire, and it's going to be quite interesting, having played them for 3 or 4 days, or however long this game goes on for, to then change that mindset for everyone very quickly. Which side do you feel has got that sort of better setup? I know you're bound to say Staffordshire to a certain extent, but you look at the way Berkshire progressed through this year. Do they hold something that you go?
Oh, I don't know about that. T20 to me, it's always pretty even.
If someone has a day out,
yeah, that's it. If somebody has a day out, 5 over periods in T20s can change games massively, and I don't know if anybody goes into the game holding the upper hand. After this game, it'll obviously be a real good opportunity to lock horns again.
Yeah.
No matter what happens here, I'm sure Sunday will be fun.
And in the other semi-final, any thoughts on that one?
No, not particularly. Obviously, I believe Oxfordshire I had the upper hand, didn't they, last time? Yeah. So who knows? Cumbria might turn up and just think.
Interested. Interesting. We're starting that one again, isn't it?
Yeah. So, like we mentioned before about the weather and starting again, Cumbria might just be thinking they've got another chance. You always see in the competitions that team who perhaps thought they were going to be out and just sneaks into the finals always tend to have a run and things like that. So yeah. It's just a great day for all 4 teams, isn't it? And like we said, one player, one team can have a day out, and it's hard to pick between anyone, I would say.
Absolutely. I think looking from outside in, I might live in Staffordshire, but I'm neutral when it comes to all of these games, obviously. Yeah. I think the nicest thing about Sunday coming up with the T20 is so many of the Challengers players are going to be on show, from Oxfordshire, from Cumbria, from Berkshire, from Staffordshire. So many of those players are going to be on show to come and watch a really good T20 cricket. Yeah,
I mean, you've got to say that's good selection by the Challengers, haven't you? If the players are in the finals and things like that, that's what you want. Best players competing against each other makes it even better, doesn't it? A great show. If you go and get runs, you go and get wickets, you win your team the game. What better way to put yourself in the shot window when everybody knows it's against the best players?
Absolutely. Looking outside into the Challengers, what's your thought process been on watching that?
Yeah, I mean, with so much on, I haven't looked too much into it, but you obviously follow the scores and things like that. Great opportunity again for guys who excel at this level to go and put themselves in the shop window.
Yep.
And as we mentioned before, getting runs or wickets at this level puts people in the shop window. If another opportunity comes through the Challengers, that's kind of really exciting.
Most definitely. And talking of shop window, I'm looking out of the window now, and at last we see the two umpires having a stroll around. The ground staff seem to have stopped mopping up on the ground, which is they've been taking the excess water off the covers.
Yep.
That's a good sign, clearly. I can see Berkshire skipper Dan Lincoln, he's going out there and he'll be keen to get the boys out there, won't he?
Yeah, I'm sure he will with the position they're in at the moment. But you know, the umps seem to have been really thorough today and been on the ball with everything. So I'm sure we'll get the info when they've got it.
Well, as soon as we've got it, we will obviously give everyone on the stream what's happening. And fingers crossed, we're now at 8 minutes to 12, so we're an hour and 22 minutes late already. But that's the joys of the 4-day game. We've got plenty of time.
Yeah, that's it. We've got the extra time, haven't we? So we'll make that up. I'm sure an hour and a half here or there won't stop there from being a result in this game unless we have any more bad weather.
With a neutral hat on, after this weather, who would you rather be shoes?
I mean, I think turning up this morning, Staffordshire had obviously got a start again anyway. With a bit of weather that's been around, I'm sure Berkshire, even though they'll be keen to get out there, they'll be keen that the ball doesn't get wet and things like that. And you know, it'll be interesting to see how it pans out. That's kind of what my thoughts are on it. Hopefully, if we were Saturday cricket, we'd be out there pretty soon. Wet ball flying around. I'm not sure that happens as much at this level, to be honest. So
I said that to a couple of gentlemen outside earlier. So when it stopped raining, it started to brighten up. I said if it was like this during the game, we would start at 10:30. We wouldn't be coming off. But now that it's raining, it has been wet out there. It has rained, obviously. They want a level of drying it out a little bit, don't they?
Yeah, that's it. It's got to be fair for both teams, hasn't it? And that's what the umpires at this level are really good at. We're all here, you know. I'm only helping coaching anymore, but we're all here to watch a good game of cricket. All these people who've come, all the people watching online, want to see cricket. When it's fair for both teams, I'm sure we'll get out there, and I'm sure it'll be a great kind of afternoon.
Well, I can see your coach is doing a big walk around the pitch there, Mr. Carr. He's having a wander around. You know, the umpires are now heading to one corner, maybe up towards the ground staff to have a chat with them. You know, fingers crossed we're going to get some news in the next few minutes, and obviously we'll give that news to everyone on the stream as soon as possible. The umpires are actually just going towards the ground staff, which is normally a half decent sign at least.
Yeah, not bad, is it? I know Andy, who's on the ground here, is kind of really keen.
Wants the game on.
Yeah,
he wants the game on.
Knows his ground as well as anybody, so always a great person to chat to. And fair play to Kari and the rain break for getting his steps in for the day.
He's got to, hasn't he? Because otherwise he'll be sat there doing nothing for quite a while.
He doesn't do sitting down very well, to be honest.
Definitely. Hey, great to chat, Pete, and we'll grab you back on at some point, I'm sure.
No worries. Hopefully we'll get some cricket pretty soon.
Fingers crossed.
We can get on that. Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks.
want to go do that myself. See if there's any in the kitchen. Oh, no.
shoulder today?
Yeah, it's fine.
Is he recovered with it?
Yeah, it's sort of, the painkillers are kicking in now,
So it's just been floating around.
that's it.
Well, that's good.
Thank you.
There's certainly some. No, you do what you like. What? Okay, good.
Haha.
still can't have it.
Baked potato?
I can have a baked potato, yeah. Once.
You're going to get.
Thank you, Sam. Don't take me that.
We just ask Andy about availability of sawdust if they ask for it, mate. Yeah, if they ask for it, we'll sort it.
Yeah, we have got some. We've got a box in there.
got it. That has flown. Brilliant, Tommy. Is it having a nibble off the crate?
Yes, I'm there. Relax. to win. Well, that's the close number. The right professional close again.
brothers. Where'd it go?
Tommy. good this lad! Very good lad!
So welcome back to West Bromwich Dartmouth, where Staffordshire are 114 for 1. We've got a slight delay with a concussion protocol going on at the moment, but joining us on commentary right now, the gentleman who got his not only his county cap this week, but took his 200th wicket, Mr. Tom Brett. How are you doing, mate?
Yeah, good, thanks. Thanks for having me on.
Absolute pleasure, absolute pleasure. You've been wandering around the boundary for a while and getting to see your family by the looks of things.
Well, I thought I'd make the most of this good start. Also, we've only lost 1 wicket to get in the good books of the missus and spend some time with the baby.
Yeah, you've got to do it when you can, haven't you? I mean, you're off work at the moment, aren't you? So
Yeah.
You've got away with that, definitely. It has been a good start. It's been quite sort of steady, shall we say, but it's a good start for you.
Yeah, I don't think I had much choice because Sturge and Greatwood bowled so well with the new ball. Overcast conditions, bit damp, swinging all over the place. So the fact Tommy Moulton and Ketts got through that, I think that was huge. And now hopefully we can start to kick on. But they did really well to get through that new ball. They were great spells.
They were, most definitely. And Tom Moulton looked really good as well, didn't he? It was quite unfortunate him getting out at that time. He's just starting to move on a little bit as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's played really well this year. I think maybe the difference between this year and last year, a little bit more positive. You saw when the spin came on straight away, he's using his feet, trying to dominate. So he's really sort of added that positive aspect to his game.
And it's fair to say Matthew Morris has gone in and taken straight on with the spinner, hasn't he?
He has. I was interested to see how Moss goes because obviously his shoulder popped out yesterday, diving for a ball. I think he's had 6 or 7 pills this morning so he can bat. So it looks like he's moving all right so far.
Yeah, definitely.
Hope it continues.
How good is it to see Mr. Kettleborough getting some runs as well? He's had by his own standards, he's had a tough old championship, hasn't he, in terms of getting the runs?
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely delighted to see it. Obviously, yeah, as you say, for him, it's been quite a long trot. Normally, I've never seen him have a patch like that before, and I've played with him for a long time. So, but great to see him bounce back today, and obviously, what an occasion to get some runs in, being the final.
Yeah, most definitely. With prospects for the rest of the afternoon look as though we might get more rain by the looks of things now, which is quite disappointing. But we've got 4 days, haven't we?
Yeah, I think obviously. Speaking to Richard Logan earlier, that's the sort of reason why it is a 4 days, so we can try and force a result. Because obviously you want a result, don't you? We don't want it to share it. We don't want to draw in the final.
No, not in the slightest.
Ideally, we get a winner.
Not in the slightest. That's 40 overs gone there for Staffordshire. It's 115 for 1. James Kettleborough is 50 not out off 108 balls, and Matthew Morris is 7 off 12. I think. Have you seen a bit of a change in the way the Berkshire boys have started bowling the last couple of overs at this end, haven't they?
Yeah, obviously, I've been a little bit occupied with the baby, but I think after the new ball spell, there's been a few more freebies for us to pounce on, but it's massively in the balance, isn't it? If they go bang bang now, then we're in a little bit of trouble. So I think we've still got a bit of batting to do before we shift through the gears.
Most definitely. It's a change of bowler at this end. Tommy Sturgis, who's been banging it in a little bit shorter for the last couple of overs at this end, and been some interesting dancing by the batters to avoid him. Change of bowler to, who is it?
Not sure.
Waiting for the scorers to confirm it for us, because
I should know really, shouldn't I?
we don't want to get it wrong.
I think Sturge bowled really well, didn't he? You can tell he's obviously been playing some list day stuff for Worcester, and
Oh, he has.
he comes in here and he stands out with a new ball. It's just one, I think.
Yeah, just one behind the square. I think is it Charlie Dunnett bowling? Just have to check.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It's Charlie Dunnett bowling, isn't it? Yeah. He bowled a few overs earlier on. It was his 12th match in Berkshire colours for Charlie Dunnett. He has taken 8 wickets. Are they missing Andy Rishton here today? That would have been the other bowler at this top end for them, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I was really surprised by that. Obviously, he came yesterday to do his bit as 12ers, but such a key player for him, isn't he? I think he's taken, 36, 37 wickets this year, and he can hit a really big ball as well, so key player.
Oh, that one's popped a little bit. Big appeal from all around the bat.
Some of these Berkshire lads, so many trophies, Rishton in particular, the amount he's won, it was obviously a big miss for him.
Yeah, I think he's unfortunately got the opposite to you. He's got time in school.
Yeah, well, he's got a little promotion to director of sport, so he can't miss school anymore. So He stuffed himself.
Do you mean Rishi's on the big bucks now?
He's on the big cash.
That's
He's
it.
got to earn it.
Yeah. Looking at the replay there, he actually missed the back by quite a long way.
It's a good ball though. Bit of bounce.
It was a good
swing.
ball. Definitely took Mr. Kettleborough by surprise.
Yeah, a bit of lift off a length.
Yeah, I mean, just talking to one or two people around the ground, if there was any slight criticism of the Berkshire bowling so far, it's been, has the length been quite right? Maybe a little bit too short sometimes, a little bit too full the way it was swinging, but when they got it right, it was incredibly difficult for the boys to play, wasn't it?
Yeah, that first hour, I'm just so pleased we got through it unscathed, because went past the bat a lot. They were probably a little bit unlucky not to get a wicket, but fair play to the boys sticking at it.
And again, that one's just popped up a little bit onto James and gone out to point for a single. He looks as though he's there for the afternoon. He feels like he wants to be, doesn't he?
Yeah, without jinxing it. Obviously, he only faced a few balls last night, but just watching his footwork last night forward and back just looked so much more positive than previous weeks. Just getting stuck on the crease a little bit, and he's continued that today. Really positive and moving well. So, touch wood, long may it continue for us. He brings it. Hopefully, gets 3 figures.
Well, we have put you on comms, and there's obviously the curse somewhere down the line.
It would be lovely to see him get a ton in the final.
Yeah.
Be good for him as well.
Charlie Dunnett, though, is definitely putting some wheels on there. There's definitely some speed coming through that potentially we wouldn't have expected.
Just seems to be getting a bit more extra bounce, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He looks quite a tall lad from here, and he's hitting that length quite hard, and it's just getting a bit of lift.
How's the pitch playing, do you think, generally?
I think yesterday we thought it was a little bit slower. A little bit slower, we thought. A little bit of green tinge, obviously we won the toss and bowled, but probably wasn't quite the pace we were expecting. And obviously a little bit of spin on day one, which is interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure it got you very interested for day 3 and 4.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it. We played it last year. I don't think it spun like that on day one, so interested to see what it will be like on the next couple of days. Obviously we'll be back on it last, so I'm sure Luke Bevan will be very interested, the left-arm spinner.
Yeah, most definitely. 117 for 1 at the end of that over. We've got tea in about 12 minutes. The sessions have been thrown a little bit all over the place by the delay this morning with the weather. So we'll have tea at 3:35 through to 3:55, and then we're just all going to be crossing everything to make sure that hopefully the rain doesn't spoil the rest of the afternoon.
It looks all right at the minute, doesn't it? Looks bright enough at the minute. Fingers crossed it stays that way.
Yeah, all the apps are telling us there's weather coming, but you're right, looking out there, it doesn't feel it at this moment.
I think we dodged a bullet yesterday as well. The forecast wasn't great, and amazing to get that much play in.
Well, I'm only 45 minutes, 50 minutes north of here, and without a shadow, we definitely got the weather yesterday.
Did you? A few puddles on the way back.
Yeah, and to be fair, driving down this morning, it was horrendous until 20 minutes out from here, and it just dried out.
Definitely got lucky.
Anyone back home will be thinking this is a very strange looking weather compared to what we had this morning.
We've got a little bit of time for a bit of off spin. Change of bowler.
I think this is going to be. Is it Ewan Woods?
Yeah, it is.
It's Ewan Woods coming on at the far end.
He's a very good cricketer as well.
He is.
Always offering something to his team, bat and ball.
Yeah, 37 matches in Berkshire's colour for Ewan.
Oh, hello.
But he's given an absolute gift to James Kettleborough there to start with. Looked as though he's trying to almost bowl a slow bouncer.
I don't know if that slipped out. I think it might have slipped out of his hand.
Yeah.
But he's a good bowler. Very, very, very good all-rounder. You know, played against him quite a lot now over the years, and quite dominant with the bat. Tough to bowl to, especially being left-handed.
There's another one.
I definitely don't. I don't want to jinx him.
Pushed out deep point there. Be to go with the 2 spinners and just change it up completely.
Yeah, a bit from each end. I suppose it's a bit of a gamble bowling this end with the short boundary if you're bowling some spinners, but might be worth it. Try and lure the lads in before tea.
Did you get to bowl at both ends yesterday?
Just the far end with the big boundary.
Yeah, it is considerably different, isn't the boundaries?
Yeah, it is. I've done both over the years, but I think it just gives you a bit more protection and less likely to go after you straight.
Yeah, we saw George Tate score 172 here a few weeks ago for the Challengers against Zimbabwe.
Yes.
And he certainly enjoyed hitting it down this end of the ground towards the pavilion.
That was good performance by the Challengers, wasn't it?
It was a
rain
really,
stopped them from winning.
Really good performance, and if it wasn't for the weather, they'd have won.
That takes some doing. They had 5 or 6 Test lads, didn't they?
There most certainly was, and the Challengers just looked incredibly strong from the start. George's innings was, I've said to him privately and I've said it on social media, it was one of the best innings I've seen this year.
That's fantastic.
It was a proper red ball innings up to about 90.
Yeah.
He then got through his 100 and then he just went absolutely mad. And he was playing all the shots. Pushed out there to deep point again by Matthew Morris for one.
I think the Challengers looks a really good thing to me. Great shot window for these young lads, and that's what we need. I think we can only lift our standard as well. The NCCA, aren't they? Two old heads.
I was saying to Ketts last week when I spoke to him, I said it feels quite serendipitous that the very first game of cricket I saw this season was indoor at Loughborough, between Lincoln's side and Kettleborough's side, in one of the Challengers of training sessions. And it was the very first game they played. Obviously it was not a proper game, but it's in the ECB Performance Centre, and then they're finishing off with not only this game but then Sunday
as well. Right.
Charlie done it back up for another over. That popped up on Tommy Sturgis.
That's nearly hit Sturgis in the teeth.
Yeah,
you don't want that before tea.
Yeah, that smile that we normally see disappeared then, didn't it?
Bless him. Oh dear.
I'm just wondering whether we're going to see the smiley Tommy Sturgis or the miserable one at tea, who's not taking wickets.
He probably count himself a bit unlucky, I think.
Yeah.
You can tell by his body language, he expected a little bit more the way he bowled. He bowled so well.
The ball's definitely moving a bit still, though.
Well, you think obviously covers overnight, overcast conditions. You'd think it'd be a great time to bowl your seamers, wouldn't you? Yeah. Get some movement naturally.
So we're talking about the Challengers. You've been around the NCCA for a while now, obviously, and you must be really enthused to see that sort of development full stop.
Yeah, I just think it's brilliant. I think it's great for all of us. You know, if you come in to watch this ball, all that's jagged back nicely. Yeah, if you're a young lad now coming into the minor counties or national counties setup, there's something to play for, not only for your team, but there's a chance to progress up the pathway. And sort of speaking to Richard Logan, they're trying to take it even further, get a bit more funding by ECB, maybe enter one of the professional competitions. And if you're a 20-year-old, what a pathway that is, what a shop window.
Yeah, I mean, you look this season, we've had Tommy Sturgis and Tom Hindley come out and play for Worcester. I get this name right, Nikhil Garantla, playing for some, I think it was Warwickshire. Played some good twos cricket out there. A lot of the guys are starting to just get a little bit more of a chance, and I think that phrase "shop window" is the right one. The stream here today, if anyone's watching, they'll see just good quality red ball cricket, won't they?
Yeah, fantastic standard. I think we'll know more by the sounds of it in the next couple of months in terms of what sort of funding they'll get, but it's a no-brainer, isn't it? Why wouldn't you back it?
Yeah.
It gives these guys a chance. So much talent out there.
Yeah, and I'm the first to be critical on the podcast on a regular basis of the way first-class counties operate with their twos cricket sometimes, and I think Challengers literally does that. It challenges it, and it means that they're getting proper top-quality cricket that they're playing against first-class counties then, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And I think if they could get into the one-day cup and play against the first-class counties, considering a lot of the best players with the 100 at that point, I think the Challengers team would have the really good effort of trying to go all the way.
Well, they beat Hampshire in a 50-over warm-up just before the Metrobank starts. A great shot.
It's a lovely shot on the up by Matt. Caressed through the covers.
Caressed.
Very elegant for Matt.
Yeah, finishes the over there, taking it to 127. I think that is now for one. Probably just maybe 1 or 2 overs before tea. Yeah, the Challengers gave Hampshire a beat in the 50-over friendly just before the Metrobank. They gave Leicester a scare without a shadow when it came to the T20s earlier in the season. And as we've already said, the Zimbabwe game, if it wasn't for the weather, that had won a really good red ball contest here at West Bromwich Dartmouth. So the proof's in the pudding that whether it be T20, 50 or time cricket, the talent is there in the pool.
Absolutely. Just looking at that graphic there, I hope I'm not batting 4.
I've been looking at that all afternoon, actually, thinking we wanted to get you on comms, and then I keep seeing that, but you weren't exactly running around to get your pads on.
Something's gone wrong if I'm batting 4.
Yeah,
that's all I can say.
I think your skipper would be more concerned if you came up with your pads straight away.
You wouldn't be happy, Bunny. Oh dear. Yeah, so going into those meetings with the ECB, you'd like to think they've beaten obviously those first class counties already. You know, what more can they do? With a bit more funding, it's only going to go up one way, isn't it?
It is. So change of bowler again back at that far end, and Bevan's come back on after just one over of Woods. Interesting.
That's good too.
Yeah, he run a really good start here. One ball set down the run in the first instance, and then Matthew Morris has continued it, hasn't he?
He's a little whippet, Tom is. Matt's done well so far. Didn't look too hampered by his shoulder, which is good for us.
Yeah. James Kettleborough's strides were a little bit longer than Tom's, to say the least.
Bold. Bit of flight by Luke. And something I admire about Ketts is how he bowls, plays spin. He's always forward, so quickly back, so hard to bowl at in nets. His interception points is always different. He doesn't let you settle.
Yeah, he's definitely got very positive movement now that he's getting his feet moving from the start, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's promising for us. Hopefully he can keep going, get to tea for us.
That's the key. Who's coming in next?
I think it'll be Callum Hawkins, the keeper, and then I imagine it'll be, will it be Hilly or Evitts? Not sure.
Probably be Reeve, I think, wouldn't it?
Yeah, probably. The form he's been in. Well, both of them and Hilly.
Yeah.
They've done well for us, those two this year.
Yeah, that middle order's been fantastic the last few weeks, hasn't it?
Yeah, they've really kept us in games, to be honest. Kept us in the competition, really, especially Reeve's knock against Lynx. He got us out of jail big time.
Yeah, and the innings that he played at Stafford with Michael Hill.
Yes, both got big hundreds, and
cracking partnership to watch that was.
That turned the game round because we were in trouble there.
Yes.
Big trouble. And then similarly, Reeve's knock against Bucks in the last game when he got 90 on a tough spinning wicket. You know, that was impressive for such a young lad. The way he played Connor Haddo is a really top spinner in this competition.
Not as top as you were in that game, though.
Oh, he did bowl well. He bowled well. I messaged him afterwards, actually. I want to try and get him some twos cricket because I know he grew up with Northants and didn't quite make it, but I think he's bowling so well now. It'd be a shame he didn't play some twos, but I know he's involved with the Challengers again, which is a good advert for the Challengers, giving him a chance.
It is, but yeah, I joke about it, but you outdid him in that game. Was it 12 wickets?
Yeah, I'm not going to say too much. He bowled really well.
Is that the most you've taken in a match?
I think I've got 13 a couple of times. Normally on tracks like that, offer quite a lot. I think it was Manor Park one time for Beds. It always spins there, and Flitwick against Suffolk back in 2017 when Monty Panesar was playing for us.
Okay.
That was always fun bowling in tandem with him.
And that last day for that game against Bucks, that was it just flew by, didn't it? The way the game moved on.
Yeah, I think they sort of made the decision.
Go for it.
Yeah, they have to come at us, and they played really well actually. The keeper, was it Richardson? When him and Alexi Kavaji together, you just never knew because they score so quickly and so aggressively. They played really well for a while, and I was pleased to get those two in quick succession.
Yeah, and the wickets started to, I won't say tumble, but they went reasonably quickly in the end, didn't they?
Yeah, and they kept coming at us, which is all they could do. Fair play to them. Another nice shot by Morris.
Absolutely beautiful shot from Matthew Morris there for 4. Charlie Dunnett continuing from, what do they call this? Is it the Birmingham Road end this?
Yeah, it could well be. They must lose some balls here on a Saturday hitting that way. It's not a big hit, is it?
I'd be more worried driving my car past it, to be honest.
It's not a big hit straight.
Yeah, I think George Tate put a couple through the conifers a couple of weeks ago. They could do with conifers all the way along there, really, couldn't they?
He's got a big net up. Protect the road.
Yeah. Probably the last over before tea, this. It's now 3:35. We'll be looking for the umpires to get in, and I think we've got potentially quite a long session then to finish, isn't there?
Yeah, I think it might be 2 hours 45, is it?
Yeah.
2:40, 2:45. Try and get the 80 overs in the day. I think we can carry on till 7 if we need to cram some more in.
You've got 2 more days.
Yeah, it's a strange one. I've never played in a 4-day before.
Haven't you?
I sent that to Ketts. Obviously, he's played in loads for Northampton, Glamorgan, but oh, you played 3 days. Obviously, County 2 stuff now is 4 days, isn't it? But back in my day, it was obviously 3. So, yeah, it just seems strange that we're here for a couple more nights.
Yeah, the question is how many of them actually go 4 days?
Well, there is that. I think looking back, a lot of them go 3, do they? Someone told me.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're missing someone to a County 2's game today yourselves, aren't you, Rory Hayden?
Yes, I'm really pleased for him. He's bowled so nicely for us, and again, young lad.
Yeah,
Didn't quite make it at Warwickshire, but you know, he's definitely got a chance. And to see him get some wickets against Yorkshire for Derby 2s a couple of weeks ago was great.
Yeah.
Knocking out the off poles always satisfying.
I was there at Chesterfield when that was happening.
How did it look? Did it look decent live?
Yeah, it looked very good live, and you know, Chesterfield definitely had something in it, is the best way to put it. But Rory just looked full of confidence, if you're full of confidence, the ball's going to be in the right place most of the time, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's definitely getting a bit of zip this year as well. Like you say, he's running in nice rhythm he's bowling with, and it does seem to be zipping through. So,
well, we did see him at Loughborough earlier this year working with the challengers, and he was working with Darren Thomas and Eddie Burke, and some very specific stuff on how to bowl quick, basically.
Yeah, well, it's obviously paid off.
Yeah,
it's paid off.
Last couple of balls this over from Charlie Dunnett.
He might have missed out there. Leg stump, half volley, but he's still there, battling on with his one shoulder.
6 or 7 pills, that says a hell of a lot to get through the day, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's pretty much bouncing sitting down here. He can sit still. I'm not sure. Is it codeine or something? Strong stuff. I'm sure he'll sleep well tonight when it wears off.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he's still batting by then.
That'd be nice.
Last ball of the over from Charlie Dunnett. Pushed out for absolutely nothing. The umpires knocked the bails off, and that is going to be tea at 45 overs of the Staffordshire innings. They're on 135 for 1. James Kettleborough is 59 not out, and Matthew Morris is on 18 not out. We'll have a break for tea, 20 minutes, and then we'll be back on for hopefully a nice long session into the evening, subject to whatever comes down from the skies.
Fingers crossed we get all 80 in.
Definitely.
Keep the game moving.
We'll catch you all later.
shot. Yeah.
Ewan,
Hello.
but he's given an absolute gift to James Kettleborough there to start with. In a 50 over warm up, just before the Metro Bank starts, a great shot.
This shot, fair play to him.
Absolute shot.
No, not tomorrow. It's the day after.
So we're back here at West Bromwich Dartmouth on commentary again for the live stream. Staffordshire lost a couple of quick wickets. They're now 153 for 3. Matthew Morris and James Kettleborough got us 2 new batters in, and we've got a new guest on the live stream who probably wishes he was out there, but unfortunately he's not, for a very good reason. So welcome, Mr. Rory Hayden. How you doing, mate?
Hi. Yeah, no, I'm very good, thank you. Like you say, a bit frustrated not to be out there myself, but that's just the way it's gone, and hopefully the lads can keep fighting a bit and have a positive result.
Yeah, I mean, as a fast medium bowler yourself, I think you quite fancy this wicket, wouldn't you?
Yeah, looking at the wicket, I mean, I watched the stream this morning, saw Tommy Sturgis and Toby Greatwood bowl on it, and it looked a bit lively, looked like it was still offering a bit, and having played here myself a few weeks ago, knowing what the pitch is like, yeah, it'd been a wicket I'd have been keen to have a little roll on.
Without a doubt, definitely. And you say you were here a few weeks ago. That was a a nice few days apart from the last day of weather with the challenges against Zimbabwe, wasn't it? You got a little bit of a niggle while you were here, but you bowled well in the first innings, didn't you?
Yeah, no, it was a great few days, and to play in opposition like that was it's just a good opportunity, and it's good for all the lads who were involved, I think. Like you say, yeah, picked up a little niggle, nothing too dramatic, but it was just a good experience. Obviously, I think the weather on the last day maybe ruined the possibility of a result, but still to play 2 days of hard cricket against a good team with some good lads is fantastic.
Yeah, definitely, and it's always nice to play good cricket, and you've obviously been noted for doing that by getting your little run out the last couple of weeks with Derbyshire, and that's why you're not playing today, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a great couple of last weeks, new experience with Derbyshire, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and I've had a good time. I'm on my way down to Sussex tonight to play for Derby this week, and it's a good opportunity at the end of the season.
So you're at Chesterfield last week playing against Yorkshire. There were a couple of wickets in the first. You took some poles in the first innings, didn't you?
Yeah. There's a couple of. It's a bit on offer on day one at Chesterfield. Actually, there's a bit in that pitch day one. It seemed to get flatter as the days went on, but that first session on day one, pitch offered a bit, and it was nice to have a bowl on it and grab a couple of wickets myself. Yeah, it was good.
And Charlie Dunnett, is this a bowler that you've seen much of? He's definitely. He's a bit quicker than he really looks, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. To be fair, I haven't seen much of him. But judging by that ball just bowled, that's zipped through quite a bit. So yeah, he looks like he's got a bit of pace behind him.
Yeah, he's getting it up to, is it Dalrymple, the wicket keeper? He's catching it in front of his chest.
Yeah.
So, he's getting it through there. He's a big lad, is Charlie Dunnett, but then also a big lad, and I always tell people the same story, but Reeve Evans has grown rather a lot over the last couple of years, hasn't he? You've been around him for a couple of years now, I'm sure, haven't you?
Yeah. I've played cricket with and against Reeve growing up. Obviously, he was a Staffs boy as a junior, made his move to Worcester, played against him when he was at Worcester, and now playing with him again. Like you say, he's grown up a lot over the last few years, and he's a tall bloke, isn't he?
He's been the most outstanding batter the last couple of weeks in the Championship for you guys.
Yeah. Him and Hilly have really put their hands up over the last few weeks. We all knew that Reeve had got class, but to then see it like in person and see him perform is just class. Yeah,
what he did over at Lincolnshire at Cleethorpes to keep you in the Championship basically, and then the next batter in I think will be Michael Hill. We talked about it with a couple of people already. The innings and the partnership that he put on with Hilly over at Stafford was outstanding.
Yeah. Hilly's a class act. We've known that for a while, and to see the way him and Reeve have gone about batting the last couple of weeks has just been class to watch, really, and we're blessed to have him in the side.
Definitely. So we've got Luke Bevan back on at the far end from the pavilion again, bowling his left arm spin around the wicket. He's gone for a few runs, Luke, but obviously giving the batters a little bit of trouble.
Yeah. Obviously, I've just pulled on, really. I've not seen too much, but obviously I think his record speaks for itself, and on a pitch like this, historically West Brom breaks up a little bit and starts to spin. I'm sure him and then Bretty for us will come into the game over the next couple of days. Yeah,
Bretty said it did actually start to spin a little bit yesterday, which for a day one pitch makes life interesting.
Yeah, I think it'll probably start to spin even more, but Bretty's a class act, and the fact that Staffs have got him in the side is a massive bonus, really. Yeah,
it's quite an interesting set of lineups here, isn't it? Both sides are missing what would be regarded as first choice players to a certain extent, in yourself and Zen missing, and then Andy Rishton from Berkshire missing. It's slightly different feel to the game then, isn't there?
Yeah, I think along the course of a season, people either are injured or unavailable, and that's why you have a squad. And I think we've got some strength in our squad depth, and the lads who are playing today are more than capable of getting a positive result in this fixture.
Yeah, you were with us at Loughborough. I've told a few people this story, or you were with us at Loughborough early this season for the first Kettleborough versus Lincoln game, which ended in a tie.
Yeah.
Okay, it was indoors, and it was, Lambo was calling the scores on each one, but this could go all the way.
Yeah, I think it will do, judging by the way the game's gone so far. I think there's a bit in the pitch. If you equally, I think if you apply the crease like some of the lads have shown, Johnny yesterday, Katz and Tommy this morning, if you apply the creases, there's enough runs there as well. So I think it'll be a good contest, and there's two very good sides going up against each other, and I think it'll be a good game.
You say you're off down to Sussex tonight to play twos cricket. Derbyshire had a defeat for the first team down at Sussex over the last few days, didn't they? Was there anyone staying down there from the ones to join you in the twos this week?
No, I think the lads who were down there with the ones have all headed back up now. I think the side we've got this week are all fresh faces. So,
well, what difference have you seen going into that Derbyshire 2 setup compared to your weekend work, shall we call it, with Staffordshire?
To be fair, I think the actual setup and the way that people approach the game is pretty similar. Mm-hmm. I think Staffordshire's they do things professionally, and I think when you go from a dressing room like Staffordshire's, where it's treated professionally, it holds you in good esteem to go into a second team dressing room for a first class county as well. So that's credit to staffs for making that environment as similar as they can to the first class game.
Well, you've been very privileged this year to experience that with Staffordshire and with the challenges as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I think what will be it can be a bit difficult sometimes, having loads of people put into a dressing room who don't really know each other. But the way they've got to know each other really well, and they're all there for a similar reason, and that's to try and win games of cricket and showcase the talent on a different kind of stage.
Yeah, and it's nice to see so many of the challengers playing here in this game, and at the weekend in the T20 finals day there'll be plenty from Oxfordshire, Cumbria, Berks and Staffordshire again. Yeah,
I think that's probably a credit to the challengers selection then. It's clearly shown that the lads are picking.
I don't know if Lambo's listening.
Yeah, but yeah, the fact that there's a lot of players who have featured in the challengers squad that will be at the finals in the NCCA comp, it shows the lads are putting the hand up in this competition as well.
Yeah, and I've seen you around the guys. Obviously, you must have been so pleased. I know he's a Berkshire player, but for Johnny yesterday, I mean, that's a tough one for you. I think you're good friends with Johnny off the pitch, but what a performance that was yesterday. Yeah,
he batted really well. He was the glue to their innings, really, and like you say, he probably could have picked a better day for it, from my point of view, to get 100. But no, credit to him. He batted really well, and he dug in when it got difficult at times. So
correct me if I'm wrong, you've got a rather good score against Zimbabwe for the challenges here as well. He obviously likes West Bromwich Dartmouth.
He must like this ground. I think he said to Lambo early yesterday that he wouldn't mind having another bat on it, and yeah, that proved to be the case.
Definitely. So how many more games you got for Derbyshire, do you believe, at the moment?
There's 2 fixtures left in the second team, this week and then next week at Barnt Green against Worcester. So there's two weeks left, and then the season's done.
So you're playing Worcester in the next game?
Yes.
So you could go up against Mr. Hindley then, potentially, who's been turning out for the twos again there at Worcester.
Yeah, that would be it'd be good to see Shin again. I haven't seen him for a few weeks. He obviously did really well for Worcester in the list day competition, and that's credit to him. We knew what he could do, and the fact he got that 50 over deal was credit to him and a really good sign.
Definitely. So 162 for 3 at the end of the 51st over here for Staffordshire. I think a little bit of consolidation going on, is fair to say, isn't it, with Callum Hawkins and Reeve Evans at the moment?
Yeah, I think unfortunately the lads were just in a really good position. I think we're still in a good position here, but obviously 2 new batters, maybe just a bit of a rebuild job needed here, and hopefully the lads can do that.
Yeah, and I think as we look out onto the ground now, we're starting to see a bit of rainfall as well, unfortunately, which the forecast did say, well, or should I say, the apps were saying it was going to be around now. Hopefully it's not for too long, though. It's pretty good contest to be watching this at the moment.
Yeah, fingers crossed the weather doesn't interrupt this contest. I mean, it tends to rain at West Brom, I think, is what I've learnt this season. But no, hopefully the rain passes by and they can carry on the game, because it's a good contest.
Luke Bevan's just pushed that one past Callum Hawkins, and I have a funny feeling that might be a drop catch there. Replay's just coming up. From the reaction of Dan Lincoln at slip, that certainly looked like a drop catch. I think this is what Staffordshire will be wanting to do for the next half hour, so they just consolidate before we know what Reeve can do in terms of being destructive as well. But don't want to lose any more wickets, especially if there is weather around the corner. That'd be the worst thing possible.
Yeah, look, both of these lads in now are capable of being destructive. Callum can be destructive when he gets himself in. Same with Reeve. I think that these two, they know each other well enough. They've grown up playing with and against each other. They'll fight hard and get themselves in, and hopefully they can both kick on.
Yeah, Luke Bevan continuing out from the far end there as the rain does seem to continue to fall. Haven't seen the umpires look at each other yet though to give each other the sort of the nod. I'm just looking over towards the ground staff and I can't really see much movement from the ground staff at the moment, which is, oh, he says as he looks over to the covers. I think there's one or two of them going over towards the covers as well, so we may be interrupted a little bit, but fingers crossed we don't get too much of an interruption, because clearly there's a good game on here, and hence we've got why we have a 4-day game here.
Yeah, I think the 4th day will be needed with the weather that's been around today, and hopefully there's that result on the 4th day.
Yeah, I can clearly see one of the ground staff waving to the umpires as if to say, do you want us to come on or not? They're having a look at it right now. It has gone a little bit darker as well.
Yeah, it's gone a bit dark. To be fair, I can't really tell from inside. It doesn't look like the rain's too heavy at the moment. It's just a bit persistent. Depends how the umpires want to judge this one. Yeah,
Charlie Dunnett going to continue from this pavilion end. This ball could skid through a little bit if it does get a little bit of damp on that pitch. It's played straight back and well fielded there by Charlie Dunnett. Last time we were sat here, Rory, we had George Tate spanking the ball from that far end up to this pavilion and over, didn't we?
Yeah, George played an incredible innings that day. I think he hit a couple of big sixes. The one that he cleared the bowling green with as well towards the end of that knock. It was special to watch, really.
No, the umpires are talking. I think Charlie Dunnett may have slipped a little bit as he came in on that ball. I can't see anybody from the Berkshire side looking to disappear into a pavilion, though. They obviously want to play as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, I think probably from their perspective they've just got a couple of quick wickets. Probably won't want to go off at this current time, but obviously that's up to the umpires.
Yeah, well, it's definitely, if you've been here all day, you would know it's still brighter than it was this morning when we arrived. It was miserly and dusty is the best way to put it. It just wasn't quite right, but it's still bright enough to play. There's no issue here. And I'm looking across at the pavilion, at the sites. Get the words right, at the scoreboard, and it doesn't look any brighter than it has done all day. Funny enough, looking on a stream, it might actually look darker.
Yeah, potentially. I think I've just seen Hilly move from outside, getting a bit wet, so yeah, it looks as though it's getting a little bit heavier now, actually.
Yeah, and if my mate Hugh from our podcast is listening, he'll be going, yeah, Livo's going on about the weather again. It's normally Hugh's job to go on about the weather, not mine. But it's definitely, without a shadow, we're going to play.
Yeah. Fingers crossed it's just a passing shower and we'll get hopefully stay on, but if they do go off, it's hopefully not a massive delay.
Yeah. Charlie Dunnett continuing in here with his 11th over. Still getting some bounce there as well. Straight through to the keeper, and this pitch has been consistent in terms of its bounce without it. You know, that's the best thing we can say. It's been 100% consistent. There's definitely plenty to play for in it.
Yeah, I think what we learnt a couple of weeks ago is if, as a seamer, if you hit a heavy length, there's enough purchase in the pitch and you get enough carry. I think you prefer to maybe slam that deck. That's when you get the most out of it. I think if you go searching, it might become a bit easier for the batters.
Well, there we go. The umpires have decided that rain is a little bit too heavy, and they decide to call it. And Reeve running off with his bat up his shirt to try and keep it dry. It looks an old bat that he's got there, Mr. Evans, definitely. Callum taking a little bit longer, but again, bat's quite interested there. They've got the bat tucked under the shirt, but got the handle.
I think the wood's what you want to protect in a bat, so keeping that dry is probably the main concern.
Yeah, it depends how old they are, definitely. Definitely getting grey, so it's 163 for 3 after 52.4 overs. We're going to have a bit of a rain delay, and we'll jump off the stream for the time being, and we'll come back hopefully a bit later when we'll get some more cricket, and we'll see whether we can get someone else to jump back on and do a bit of comments. Maybe get someone from Berkshire. It'd be quite nice to come on and do a bit of commentary on the stream as well. Thanks for joining us, Rory, and good luck tomorrow down in Sussex. Sussex by the sea, and getting some more wickets for Derbyshire.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you.